Hello?
It's so quiet. Where is everyone?
This is a big place. Maybe they're on the other side of the house.
Stay here. I'll have a look.
Hello and welcome to the developer commentary for Alone in the Dark. My name is Mikael Hedberg and I'm the creative director. You just watched the intro to our game and it contains a lot of things that you can see harkens back to original from 1992. This is sort of a common way for us to proceed. You will notice that going forward, while hearing more of this commentary, that we often start out with something that we found in the original. And then we put a little spin on it. And the most obvious one in the intro is the frog trying to cross the road. In the original, it just crosses the road and it narrowly escapes the car, but in our game, it gets caught by an alligator and eaten. That pretty much sums up how we treated the original.
What's this?
Hello, my name is Rickard Ryberg. I'm the art director for Alone in the Dark. Welcome to Dersero. Our version of Dersero is inspired by an old plantation, Belgrove, in Louisiana. Unfortunately, it's not standing today, but it uses a mix of Greek revival and Italian architectural style. And if you look closely here in the kitchen garden, you might spot some of it.
Hello everyone, I'm Frederic Reynolds, the creator of the first Alone in the Dark in 1992, and I'm so delighted to see again Derceto, and especially in this new state.
This must be older than Derceto. They've built a house around it.
Inside the conservatory, we get our first taste for one of our main themes in the game, which is man versus nature, or human psyche versus nature. It's presented with this kind of on-the-nose metaphor of a giant tree kept inside a metal steel cage, which is this conservatory. You will find more of this theme throughout the game, but nowhere is it ever as on-the-nose as it is here.
I'll just take this.
So now we're properly inside Derceto. And since this is the start of the game, we don't have our character set up yet properly. So we don't have anything good or bad. We don't have any suspicion on anyone. So we wanted to play on the idea of it might not be a great idea to just break in somewhere. So both Emily and Edward are supposed to be normal people, and you don't normally go around breaking into places that you're not allowed. So here we try to keep a little bit of that tension and maybe keep the normality while exploring the start of Derceto. So in Mag's room, we find her family Bible where she's made a few notes. We find out she has a complex relationship to faith, and it involves Christianity and also some exploration of voodoo, which is, of course, an interesting and colorful piece or theme for New Orleans. So we definitely wanted to include that. Here we find her searching for meaning, but also a way out. She, of course, is working from the background of living through the Depression and the Dust Bowl in the United States. So this is our first taste for other faiths and even the seed for the cult that she will eventually become a part of.
When the player first arrive at the Derceto, it's late sunset and the sun is setting. We chose this time of day because we wanted to use thick God rays through almost each window to emphasize the atmosphere, and also what we were after was to really convey the warmth and the sweaty atmosphere from the deep southern. When the player first arrive at the Derceto, it's late sunset and the sun is setting. We chose this time of day because we wanted to use thick God rays through almost each window to emphasize the atmosphere, and also what we were after was to really convey the warmth and the sweaty atmosphere from the deep southern.
I need the key.
Oh, and there is some rats here just for the atmosphere. In the original game, when you see a 3D character in the game, it was meant for something. So I thought this one also could attack me. But yeah, that's good that it is only for the atmosphere.
Please do not.
I like the fact that you start the game from the first floor, which seems so more natural than what I did for the first version, because as I wanted the player just get out of the house, I needed to set it in another location, so that's why we started from the attic. But in this version, it sounds so more natural.
Now what's this?
Lottie's room is probably the
Sunday.
first room where we properly see how much the design of the room itself tells you about the character. We clearly see that Lottie is a part of the staff. She has her dress up. She doesn't have too many frivolous things. She's quite a serious person. And it also leans in and tells us a little bit about how and who she might be even before we have met her.
The Great Depression. President Hoover raises tariffs on over 20,000 imported goods in an act to protect American labor. Following the collapse of the Wall Street stock market on October 24 last year, American industry has suffered greatly. Thousands of companies have gone bankrupt and left a large part of the American workforce unemployed. In an attempt to
We speculated for a while if we wanted the player to be able to move into the waiting hall already in the first chapter, but we actually went for it for a very specific reason, is that we wanted to show the player more about what kind of place they were in. We had been exploring a few of the staff's room and the corridors in the conservatory, but this is where we actually get into the proper asylum stuff. But in the same way, we want to show that it isn't an asylum with chains or crazy things going on. It's more of a countryside resort almost, where rich people try to recoup.
I need the key.
Wait, don't!
Excuse me? Do you know where I can find Jeremy Hartwood?
Of course not.
McCarthy, what are you doing? I told you not to lose sight of the girl.
Don't you worry, Mags. I'll find that little rascal.
Who are you people? What are you doing here?
I'm sorry about all this, but I'm looking for my uncle. His name is Jeremy Hartwood.
What are you doing, child? You shouldn't be alone. Go find McCarthy.
Who are you? Are you here for the Fey Dodo?
Go upstairs now.
My name is Emily Hartwood. I'm the niece of Jeremy Hartwood. This is Detective Carnby.
The police? Why are you here?
No, I'm a private investigator. Sorry to bother you. My client's worried about her uncle. He's a patient here at Derceto. If you don't mind, could you direct us where to find him?
No, I can't. Jeremy has gone missing. If you leave your information, I will make sure to contact you.
Wait, he ran away?
No, he won't leave the house. He's around here somewhere, and both of our orderlies are looking for him.
That's unacceptable. Where's Dr. Gray? I want to speak with him immediately.
Fine, I'll ask him. Wait here and don't touch anything.
Do you want to see Jeremy's room?
Can you show us?
Follow me.
Thank you. Strange kid.
Let's look around, see what we can find.
Here we are in Jeremy Hartwood's room, and it's interesting to note that in the original game, he was the catalyst for the whole story to happen. The idea that he commits suicide by hanging himself in the attic is why we're playing the original game. Again, for our version, we wanted to see what if he doesn't kill himself and how would that change things. And if you play the game, you understand that it changes it maybe a little bit more than you would have thought, but that's one of the main premises of how we approached this sort of love letter to the original.
Here in Jeremy's room, you can see a lot of paintings and sculptures, which is made by Jeremy himself. Him being a kind of a madman, we tried to picture it through the theme of the room as well, mixing these geometric shapes and general chaos. And also a fun note is also the use of dark ebony throughout the room, which is symbolic for the darkness within and the dark man as well.
Every night.
Have you ever seen anything like this? Looks like a talisman.
You mean like this one?
Can you find me a knife to cut the canvas? I want to take this with me.
You want to take the painting? Sure, I'll find one. I found this tube as well. Should keep it safe for you. Do you want to carry it or should I? Miss Hartwood? Emily?
I'll take it. Thank you.
We're done here, right?
I'm not sure. I don't know how to do any of this.
Listen, I think we should talk to Dr. Gray. He must know something about what's going on around here.
Okay. Let's do that.
Come on, I don't want to be here all night.
Detective Carnby? Where did... What on earth is happening? What is this place? I'm out of bullets! I can't go that way.
For the French Quarter, we try to incorporate aspects from liminal spaces to get a more creepy feel without it being destroyed or too much worn down, because we wanted to portray some colorful quarters from New Orleans. So yeah, I hope you find it creepy.
This can't be. I was back at Derceto, looking for my Uncle Jeremy.
Jeremy's your uncle? I didn't know.
Why would you? You're still working at Derceto?
Yeah, both me and Lotta stuck around. We're real orderlies now. You remember my sister Lotta, don't you?
What happened, Baptiste? How are we here?
You know about the dark man haunting your uncle?
I'm familiar with his mental state.
I think we all in his head somehow. Because these streets are real, but they're not like on any map. Nah, this is like when you remember something, but in the wrong way.
Do you know how to get back to Derceto? I'm not safe here.
Truer words have yet been spoken, Mrs. Marcus.
Don't call me that. It's Miss Emily Hartwood. There's no reason to call me anything else.
I'm sorry, Miss Emily. I'm just trying to tell you like it is. This place ain't safe for no one. There's evil hiding in the dark.
How do I get back?
Only Jeremy knows how. He has this juju necklace guiding him.
You mean this talisman?
Mm-hmm. Just like it. He says it's been protecting him ever since he got it from Miss Jackson down the street.
You know where it came from? Have you been there?
I was there no more than 1 hour ago looking for Jeremy. Locked it up to keep the ghouls from getting inside. You can have the key if you want.
Thank you. I'll take a look.
Stay safe, miss.
I always wanted to incorporate more of voodoo culture because I think it's a really exciting element that's related to New Orleans and, of course, the Caribbean. And we see a little bit of that here. We find a courtyard decorated on the basis of voodoo temples. Mainly, the most recognizable part is the veve, this sort of pattern that they use. Yeah, I think it was an exciting element that I wish we could have worked even more with.
This must be Miss Jackson's place. Let's see if we can find out more about Jeremy's talisman.
We knew early on that we wanted to make something special with the talisman to both pay homage to the original game, but also to get a cool item for the player to. It ends up being a way to open up gates to other worlds. Our talisman looks quite different. It's updated, but we still kept a lot of the design of the original for an item called the toy talisman that you can find later in the game as well. That is used to activate hidden ending.
Remember the toad in the beginning? The one getting eaten by an alligator? That would be Miss Jackson's toad, which got lost.
Miss Jackson's seance room is the oldest surviving room in the production. It was a part of what was called a proof of concept that was done during 2019. And yeah, I think it's a neat place, but for us developers, it's probably more dear than to the regular player.
It looks exactly like Jeremy's talisman.
Oh, I recognize this talisman. We had almost the same in the first version of the game. And this talisman is quite a special item because it is animated. Not all items you can find were animated, but this one was special because you need it at the end of the game to defeat the sorcerer. That's what he got this special treatment.
I think it's meant to hold the talisman. I'm not sure what numbers I should use. Maybe there's something in Jeremy's notes. What's that picture in the glass? Where is that?
Good to see you again, Miss Hartwood. Mrs. Thompson told me you were here. She also alerted me that you brought a detective with you. I'm very curious to hear what this is all about. You don't remember me, do you, Miss Hartwood? We met at your family's house in the Garden District, when your uncle was about to be admitted under my care.
No, I remember. Sorry. I'm not really feeling well.
Oh, well, in that case, have a seat. Let me make you a drink. I don't seem to have made much of an impression on you. On the other hand, I can vividly recall you and your parents.
Because of our cheerful disposition, I'm sure.
You are far too intelligent to think that. You come from a joyless family, Miss Hartwood. The only amusement I took from my visit was discovering that the young lady's drink was an old-fashioned.
Very astute. Is that supposed to make you seem attentive or intelligent?
Whatever you prefer. Are you ready to tell me why you are here, Miss Hartwood? And why you brought a detective?
I received a letter from my uncle. He seemed certain that he was in danger here. If I find out you're treating him badly, I'll be taking him back with me to New Orleans.
Really? Is he going to live with you in your tiny garçonniere? That would be a spectacular way to ratify your spinsterhood. Because you are well aware that your father would never let him back in his house. No, I have it. Maybe you can bring him back up north. You've been wanting to move back for quite a few years, haven't you? You always preferred your mother's side of the family. Jeremy is free to leave with you. I won't object. However, there is one problem, as you might have learned. He is, in fact, missing.
Do you know where he could have gone?
No, I'm afraid I don't. I have my staff looking for him. I'm sure he will show up eventually. Especially if he learns that you are here. He is quite fond of you.
What can you tell me about his condition? I never heard a proper diagnosis. What is your medical opinion of him?
Well, let me think. He is an anxious man, depressed, even. He suffers from a perceived lack of order in his inner and outer life. He constantly complains about events not presenting themselves according to their divine nature.
And the Dark Man?
Hard to tell if it was ever anything specific. Jeremy uses the Dark Man as a psychological scapegoat to avoid facing the truth that he is in any way at fault.
You don't think there can be any truth to the Dark Man's supernatural existence?
Why would you ask that?
Can we ever be sure?
If the Dark Man is some sort of evil presence that is in possession of Jeremy?
Well,
I assure you, any evidence that you experience supporting that claim is purely delusional. Don't get caught up in mass hysteria, Miss Hartwood. You wouldn't want to take your uncle's place in this hospital, would you?
I'll be leaving now, Doctor. I need to keep looking for my uncle.
Do so, Miss Hartwood. I'll let you know if he shows up.
Detective Carnby! God, I'm glad to see you. I was afraid you had left.
Me? You're the one who just disappeared.
It's hard to explain. I think I blacked out. It was like I went somewhere else.
It's okay, miss. You're clearly upset.
No, I don't know what's happening.
This is a very stressful situation for you, I understand.
Ugh, no, you don't understand.
Just take a deep breath. Why don't you sit down, smoke some of the Perique? If you want, I could even drive you back to New Orleans. I just want to have a talk with Dr. Gray first.
I want to stay. I found a talisman just like the one in the painting. I think I might be able to figure out where Tarawea is, where Jeremy wanted to go.
That's great. Just stay out of trouble, okay? Let me handle the investigation.
I'm not crazy, Detective. Not yet.
Okay, catch you later.
If a talisman like this can open up doors between the French Quarter and Derceto, then maybe Jeremy is hiding in some strange other world. Like Tarawea, the place he mentioned in the book. No matter where he is, it's clear that my search won't be limited to Derceto.
To help guide the player to see which key fits a lock, we try to incorporate some common design denominators on both the lock and the key. And hopefully it makes it easier for the player to see, and at the same time keep it very grounded in the era.
So,
Paul. Dr. L.
Interesting. Looks sturdy. Doubt I'll be opening this. Oh wow, I can't believe I guessed the combination. I must be some kind of genius.
One of the most important clues you find in this room is the newspaper, which both talks about the era, which is, of course, the 1930s, the Depression, and we also learn about the place that we're in Louisiana, with talk of John's Eve and the voodoo and the cults. We sort of set up that whole notion of that this is something that will come later. But we also present Cassandra Beauregard, which is our narrator and one of the guests here at Derceto. As we begin Chapter 2, we allow the player to move a little bit more freely around Derceto and discover more of it. Of course, they start off mostly locked off, but you're able to unlock most of it and get a better sense of what the house is. But of course, we're also keeping some of it a secret for Chapter 4.
The original game was a kind of an early open world. Once you discover a new room or a new floor, you can go back to it. It was not used a lot in the game, but you can.
Despite
When we talked about how we should fill up the second floor foyer, we discussed ideas such as a billiard table or some other kind of leisure props. But we went for adding these nightmarish statues you can see here, which is made or sculpted by Jeremy. And they are heavily inspired by Giacometti, Alberto Giacometti.
If you play the original game as Emily Hartwood, the opening text will say, "That creaking old mansion with its unusual tales, its secret library door, the ancient upstairs clock." So the ancient upstairs clock became this puzzle item, and this is pretty much how a lot of the important things in our game came to be. Basically looking at something that was mentioned or featured in the original game and then blew it out of proportion and made something new with it.
And actually, in the original game, there was a clock that you need to push to discover an item, like in the first Resident Evil, by the way.
This must be the clock mentioned in the commonplace book.
So here we have the first puzzle disc, which is made in Japanese style called kintsugi, which means golden repair, which we thought was pretty picturing for what we wanted to tell with the plate. The golden relief or the repair creates the star sign Taurus, which is something Mike will talk more about in the lore. But it's a very important part of the game.
This looks like the thing that held the talisman in the French Quarter, but it's broken and missing some pieces. I need the key. Jeremy's room. All back to normal.
Emily's here.
You will find a lot of masks throughout the whole game. You can find them in Jeremy's room, and of course Grace is making one for Ruth. And this is an important item or ID, the ID that everyone is wearing masks in some way, especially the people at Derceto. They all have secrets and they don't want to share everything. So they put on masks, hide their true selves. And of course, it's a very clear metaphor. But for all the Lovecraftian nerds out there, it's of course also a very, very clear clue that we're dealing with Nyarlathotep, which in our game is sort of, he uses the Dark Man or the Black Pharaoh, that type of avatar. And that's how he carries on the dialogue with Jeremy and how he also, of course, mentally tortures him.
For Baptiste's room, we went with a really rough patina, and because he is a big guy, he's very practical and stoic, and he also likes to box a lot, and he has his leisure things. He reads his magazines, listens to his radio, and smoking cigars. And yeah, so we try to get that going in his room.
What a strange but beautiful room. Are these zodiac signs?
I did it!
Will I need to remember?
In contrast to Baptiste's room, which is very simple and rough, we have Peros's room, the opera singer, and she is very vain and she is focusing much on her beauty. And we have the centerpiece of the bed with the bed canopy, and we try to get as much as possible of the music into her set dressing. And of course, some of the furnitures are Italian inspired. And her colors would be terracotta and cream and earthy.
There's some aggressive-looking rot on these paintings. The Astarte Artist Colony. I'm pretty sure they had a Mardi Gras crew called the Pirates of Pontchartrain when I was a child. Here we go.
So here we have the first puzzle disc, which is made in Japanese style called kintsugi, which means golden repair, which we thought was pretty picturing for what we wanted to tell with the plate. The golden relief, or the repair, creates the star sign Taurus, which is something Mike will talk more about in the lore. But it's a very important part of the game.
Good evening, Miss Hartwood. That is your name, isn't it? I would be terribly embarrassed if it wasn't.
You're right. Emily Hartwood, Jeremy's niece. Nice to meet you.
Ruth Talon. Is that Perique you're smoking? How terribly quaint.
Maybe so, but I like it.
Would you care to share some? That smell is making me feel very nostalgic.
Is it all that you hope for?
I enjoy your light mockery, Miss Hartwood. I can tell we would make great friends.
How flattering. Too bad you're locked up in this place.
Your insincerity is really refreshing. I wish you were mad as I am. Then you could stay.
Give it a few years and I might just be. Lunacy is one of my family's few privileges.
Oh, good. I'll be looking forward to it.
You don't know anything about what happened to Jeremy, do you?
Everyone here is really strange, and it's hard to know what to make of anything you hear. Occasionally, it sounds quite exciting, though. Good versus evil and all that. I'm sorry, but I don't think I have anything useful to share.
It doesn't matter. Thank you for the much-needed break.
Bon voyage.
I like games where you need to read books because it sets a different pace. It's not an action game and the player can be more immersed in the story. There are two reasons for the book in the original game. The first one was to add another layer of horror to try to put more scary things in the head, in the mind of the player. The other reason is to give clue, to give information to the player to be able to solve the puzzles. One of the big challenge of the game was how to scare the player. What I did find at this time is that I needed to scare the player with what he is doing most of the time. I mean moving, opening doors. So that's why there is this trapdoor in the first corridor that you cannot avoid. It was just to put a pressure. It just happened once in the game, but I was sure that since this moment the player was just scared to move in the game. Same thing for opening the door. The second door in the game, you can find a monster behind it. There is even a book that you can die from just reading it, which is something you need to do often in the game. So the pressure was constant on the player.
I don't understand what's happening.
saki nantet mwen, memprami saki nantet mwen, men le anjeni man yo beshena.
What are you doing sneaking around? You almost scared me to death.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb your ritual. I wouldn't have guessed voodoo was in practice at a place like this.
The doctor may be all about science, but I know these roots have power.
You know what's going on here? I have a feeling Derceto is cursed.
There are several players with stakes in this game. Derceto isn't cursed or blessed. It's a battleground. And it would all be a lot better if you could get your uncle out sooner than later.
That's all I'm trying to do.
I wish you the best of luck, Miss Hartwood. I really mean that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to look after my gumbo.
It worked. What's this? What's that? There we go. I need the key. I think I've seen this somewhere. Did it break? The clock just stopped. It's showing me something. That's just the hallway outside Jeremy's room, isn't it? I did it. I opened up another dream.
May 1920.
Huh. I need the key.
For the oil rig level, we put all houses on stilts because in the real world, the houses would be standing on stilts because of all the water and the flooding.
There's something missing. Locked. can break this, I just need something to hit it with. Now what? Just don't look down, Emily.
The mound is an expanded ID from the vertical slice and early proof of concept of the game, which made it into the final game as well. At the beginning, it was the lair of a witch the player needed to defeat, and we were inspired visually from the season 1 of True Detective, and of course, bird nests.
It's the hateful mound Jeremy mentioned in his book. Jeremy, you dropped your...
Mrs. Marcus?
Get off of me!
What are you doing here?
Trying to find my uncle.
Jeremy is your uncle?
Could you please? Thank you. And it's Miss Hartwood.
You don't remember me?
I remember you, Mr. Bois. I met your brother Baptiste earlier.
I suppose he hadn't found Jeremy either then. We spread out to find him.
Can I have this? I'm trying to get to Tarawea.
Fine, believe the rest. I just want Jeremy to come looking. We have to leave before it comes inside.
What? Where?
Come quick!
Oh, God damn my soul. I'm back at Dorsetto.
Reflections on the...
It's wet shut. It worked.
The significance of the constellation of Taurus may seem a bit opaque, but in my mind it all comes down to another symbol for the good and the evil within Jeremy, and in turn all of us. There are two things we find in that constellation that is of interest to us. First, the star Aldebaran. We often just call it the Dark Sun, which is a representation of Nyarlathotep and the presence of the Dark Man. In the same constellation we also find the Pleiades, which is said to house the great library of Celano, which in our game is called Tarawea. So, all in all, in this cosmic bowl we find darkness in the Aldebaran and the light in Celano. Or in the terms of our game, in this celestial creature we find the Dark Man as well as Juan, the ultimate enemy and the ultimate ally as manifested by Jeremy. Finally, of course, what is a star constellation if not an effort to establish order out of the chaos that is nature, which is why the final puzzle of the game is rebuilding the constellation of Taurus.
Lost Plantation.
It's wet shut. It worked. Oh.
There is a big difference from the original game in this one. You can meet a lot of different characters. In the original one, I decided since the beginning that, because it was easier to do, that you will not meet any other character.
And as you all know by now, we didn't follow that suggestion. No, we chose to incorporate quite a lot of characters just because we thought it would be fun. I guess we're a little less alone in the dark, but we're fine with it.
I need the key.
Do you teach piano as well?
Huh?
You're a governess. Did you teach those clawing Casino kids how to play the piano?
How do you know about that?
Just because grown-ups don't notice children doesn't mean we don't notice you.
Yes. I taught them some piano.
Are you any good at it?
Not good enough to play a broken one.
It fell from the attic. Brought half the ceiling down.
It was Jeremy's fault, wasn't it?
Nobody knows what happened, but you're not wrong.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna go now. See you around.
In the grand parlor, you can find a piano that has crashed through the ceiling. And this is a reference to the original game. The first quest, basically, that you get as a player is that you're told there's a piano in the attic, and you should go and investigate it. And so early on in our game as well, the idea would be that you get this very same quest. But as you have to pass the grand parlor, we thought it would be fun to find the piano having sort of crashed through the ceiling and made a whole mess, because kind of saying this is sort of what the original, this game is sort of like the original, but not quite.
It was very fun to see the piano that went down from the attic to the ground. Yep, in the first game, the piano was here more to find a reason for the player to go upstairs more than anything else.
Ugh. There's more of that unsettling rot. On the common... Ooh, what's this?
Come on, Grace. I'm too tired for games. I'll even let you play with my jackknife. Oh, good evening. You haven't seen a little girl by any chance, have you?
I don't think so.
You would have known if you did. The only kid crazy enough to be in this place.
She's not in her room, then?
That would be a first. Always running around causing trouble. She's very hard to pin down, that one. You want a sip?
I'm good, thank you.
Well, I should be going then. Unless there's anything you need from me.
I just want to find my uncle before anything happens to him.
Oh, don't worry, miss. He'll show up. He is much too lily-livered to kill himself.
Why would he?
It's his greatest ambition, didn't you know? Take care now.
This must be the great Cassandra Beauregard's room. I'm not sure what I expected. Maybe something more extravagant?
Miss Beauregard.
And as a player, I really like the fact that you need to understand and solve the puzzle, understand the story, because in nowadays game, it's more and more rare to let the player trying to solve the mystery by himself and not be taken by hand by the game.
There's more of that aggressive rot on the bottles. I wonder what that means. The rot made the shape of a snake. Is it telling me something? Maybe it has to do with the numbers on the bottles. It's another one of those peculiar padlocks. It's another piece of broken plate. There's something missing.
You know, Mr. Waits.
It's another one of those plates for the talisman. It's also broken and missing some pieces.
The original game was set in 1920 because this is a very convenient time. Everything looks familiar, houses, furnitures, but there is no technology which can mess up a lot of things in the gameplay. So this was very convenient.
I guess this works too? Jeremy? What the hell is that? What? There was a dead body in here. Did I just imagine that?
We were quite lucky at this time. A lot of new technology arrived, like the Sound Blaster card that allows us to put sample in the game. So Philip, the musician, had to make all the sounds in the game with its mics to try to make the game feel realistic.
The talisman is showing another room. Something is open. It worked. I'm in another one of Jeremy's dreams.
This cemetery level is inspired by Lafayette Cemetery and the St. Louis No. 3 Cemetery in New Orleans. Unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to visit them in person due to the pandemic. But I think we got a real good representation of them in the game. And we also added some spice to emphasize the overall theme of nature taking over.
Oh, I like this place. It reminds me a lot the old movies from the 70s and 80s, which are one of the big inspiration for the original game, especially Amityville Horror and Dawn of the Dead.
It's been a while since I visited the family tomb. I hope it's in a better state than the real world. What's this? What's that for? There we go. This is the chapel in Jeremy's book. It looks like I need more medallions to open it.
cemetery has a lot of narrow maze-like passages mixed with more open spaces, such as the small plazas. This is to add contrast and also keep an organic theme going without it being or feeling forced.
I don't have any bullets left. Oh, too many, I have to run. There we go. Yeah. 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 I made it out.
Emily, is that you?
Jeremy.
What are you doing here?
Well, you sounded so miserable in your letter. I've come to take you away from here.
I can't believe I made such a foolish mistake. All I wanted was for you to stay away.
What do you mean?
I bargained with the Dark Man. A pact to keep New Orleans safe with my own life as tribute.
The Dark Man isn't real, Jeremy. There is nothing he can do to hurt you.
How do you think any of this is happening? How do you still not trust my words?
Fine. Then let me help.
Don't be foolish. He will bury you next to me in his sunken temple for an eternity.
I don't care. I'll find a way. I have my own talisman, and I know about Tarawea.
Oh, wait, don't speak.
Who's in here? Show yourself.
You know who, Emily. They took your grandfather.
No, I mean it. Who's in here? I can feel someone's in here.
Evelyn!
Tarawea. Why do you want to go there, Jeremy?
I've seen so many strange...
I need to find out more about Jeremy's pact with the Dark Man. He meant to go to Tarawea. Maybe there is something there that would help. She was beautiful. I wonder what happened to her. telescope lens. And why would he lock it in here? Wait, what's going on? It's entering the numbers by itself? Okay, great, so where is that? Ah, here we go.
You should not have come, Emily.
How do you know my name? Have we met?
In a manner of speaking. As a manifestation of Yermi's deepest desires, I am to you unfamiliar. Yet I know of you.
Are you Jeremy? Is that what you're saying?
I am only his subconscious thoughts. I cannot speak for his totality.
How come you have a Spanish accent? And what is this place? Is this Tarawea?
This is indeed the fabled convent of Tarawea, where Jeremy goes to find peace during his sessions with Dr. Gray.
It's all fantasy then.
Based on the things he has read and seen.
And that includes you.
Yes. My name is Juan Luis Jorge. Jeremy once read a book of mine. It stuck with him.
Can you help me break the pact with the Dark Man so we can leave Derceto?
Jeremy doesn't want you to. He wants to honor his word to the Dark Man.
Why? What's the point? I don't understand what the pact is for.
The people of Derceto are calling upon evil to enter this world. Your uncle offered his soul to the Dark Man to contain this disaster.
What? No, that doesn't make any sense.
The pact will be fulfilled at dawn. As the sun rises, Jeremy will forever be entombed in his sunken desert temple. As promised, the Dark Man shall quarantine and starve the evil inside Derceto.
What about all the patients and the staff?
They will not stand a chance.
That's unacceptable. How could Jeremy agree to this?
Desperation, of course. Jeremy did not choose martyrdom lightly.
Well, nothing is lost yet. I'm sure I can find a way to break the pact and save Jeremy. And hopefully the people at Derceto. What even is this evil you're talking about?
I don't know much. I think some nightmarish entity from the bayou.
I'll just have to deal with that later. First, I have to get Jeremy out of his deal. What? Did you run out of arguments?
You're actually quite inspiring, Miss Emily. If we put Jeremy's feelings aside, I would have to say I agree with you.
Really?
You might just be able to save the old man from himself. I think you should take a look in the convent library. Try to find the truth about Jeremy's relationship with the Dark Man.
Okay.
You should know that you won't be alone in those grand halls. The Dark Man has been reading those books for years.
He's here?
You'll have to be very careful.
Of course. I can be careful.
Good luck, Miss Emily.
Juan is probably the only nice person or truly nice person you find in the whole game. He has no ill intentions, or does he think badly of anyone or judge anyone. Mostly because he's made up. He is a manifestation of Jeremy's sort of ultimate friend. The way we wanted to show this sort of kindness and calm was by putting him in this sort of heavenly space, this very warm and nice place. He has his cozy clothes on, but of course, to show his wisdom, he also sits under a Bodhi tree, which many of you probably know is what the Buddha is said to have sat under when he reached enlightenment.
For Terrea, we wanted to portray a very calm and kind of heavenly mood. So we went for this really nice midday or a bit later. And we also decided to have these church windows that would help spreading the light and the thick atmosphere, so we get very dense air inside of the library. And I think it turned out really great. I hope you enjoy it as well.
There's something missing.
The great...
It was in the hot autumn that I went through the night with the restless crowds. He was a kind of itinerant showman who held forth in public halls and aroused widespread fear. The New Orleans address of the event is lost, but I remember distinctly the Prext Shipping Company pressing their contribution.
Emily!
Please, no.
I hope you found what you were looking for, Emily. I fear there is no going back.
He's in my head, Juan. His breath replacing mine.
You should not have come, Emily.
Well, if it isn't my new best friend. Come, join me for some giggle water.
Ruth?
Oh, Miss Hartwood, don't tell me you've been out swinging without me.
Ruth, what is this place? Where are we?
Have you never been to the Maccabean before? Goodness me. Tell me, Miss Hartwood, have you ever considered going out for an evening?
Are we in New Orleans?
Oh, who can tell anymore? I just went inside the grand parlor and suddenly here I am.
The grand parlor? Can I get back to Derceto from here?
Are you sure you want to? We could stay here and drink the night away. How about a gin fizz?
If this is New Orleans, maybe I should go further. Find that magic show the book was talking about. But there was no address, just Prext Shipping Company.
Oh, is this about where Jeremy met the Dark Man?
How do you know about that?
Jeremy talked a lot about the Dark Man. I always felt a bit envious.
How so?
If an all-powerful entity showed me any interest, I'd at least hear him out. I'm sure he has plenty to offer.
I don't think you'd want that, Ruth. We're too sweet for such darkness.
Oh, please. What kind of blue nose do you take me for? I relish the darkness. I think it suits me.
You don't happen to know how to find the Prext Shipping Company, do you?
Of course. Their office is just over there.
Whoa, what happened?
You just got lucky. A bientôt, Mademoiselle Emily.
Hey, do you know where my uncle is?
No, but I bet you're close.
It was in the hot...
Prext Shipping Company. According to the book in the Great Library, they assisted a showman performing somewhere in New Orleans. It's somehow connected to Jeremy's introduction to the Dark Man. I'm sure I can find the address inside.
What?
All done. I'm out of bullets. Yeah. I'm out of bullets. Yeah. All right. I made it inside the warehouse. Now let's find that address.
The original game was often called the game without enough bullets, but it was not a wish, it was more a consequence. The player usually feels strong with weapons, but I wanted him to understand that it is not the right solution and that he needs to find some clues which are more efficient.
Having a limited amount of bullets is something we certainly picked up on. But you know, sometimes you just want to give the player a Tommy gun and see what happens.
Gotta go manufacture.
This is it. The address to the theater where Jeremy first met the Dark Man. I'm out of bullets! Looks like the fog cleared up.
Gallatin Street is in direct contrast to the French Quarter level. In the French Quarter we had a lot of colors, nice materials, beautiful architecture and that kind of stuff. We went with a much more worn down look to the buildings. We have almost a desaturated overall mood. And you can almost taste the melancholy.
You shouldn't have come.
Don't say that. You needed my help.
All I wanted was to keep people away from Deseto. Especially you, Emily. You're the only one in the family who forgave me for choosing old age over death.
Father still cares for you? He is paying for your treatment at Derceto.
To get rid of me! That's the only reason anyone's at Derceto. Someone in the family thought you were becoming an embarrassment.
Help me get you out of this mess, Jeremy. I want to take you away.
Your father would send me right back.
What if I take you up north, to Kingsport? I know Mother still has family up there. I've been thinking about going for a while now.
I haven't been to Massachusetts in years. I still paint from memory, you know. That old lighthouse makes for a great motif. Your father and I would go almost every summer. Then when our great-uncle died, we stopped going back.
What is there to be done about the Dark Man? He's the one holding you back, right? You feel like you can't leave without paying your debt to him.
The Dark Man has been with me since I was 12 years old. He was standing right on that stage right over there. For a brief moment, his gaze held mine. And that was it. I recognized him for what he was. The Hartwood curse embodied in flesh. I thought it was my turn. But I was only there to be mocked. Instead, his attention moved on to my father sitting next to me. I turned to him and saw his face. The whitest shade of pale I've ever seen. He bit off his tongue that night and suffocated.
What can be done, Jeremy? Please.
There's a way. 2 ways to be exact. One worse than the other. A written contract, now buried inside his sunken temple.
Don't you remember what it said?
I don't want to.
Try, Jeremy. What did the contract say?
No, we can't. We can't let Wallen suffer that blight. I have to make this sacrifice.
What are you talking about? Is this the thing from the bayou? Juan said something. Okay, so there is a way to break the pact at least. Hidden somewhere inside the Dark Man's temple. I just need to find it. Somehow.
For the showroom, we can talk about a few things. The first would be the theater-like scene. We wanted to portray or picture a real theater scene, so it isn't built in a factory. It should look pretty fake, and we also have the color scheme, which is inspired by the Dark Man. And the last reference we have the fresque in the background, which is depicting the dark sun from the next level. So that's a pretty nice foreshadow, I think. Arriving from the showroom through the sarcophagus, we knew we wanted to show the player a very grand and epic vista, and we added this small plateau as an overlook, and as you can see it's a really vast and epic desert we have here, and the dark sun creating the long shadows and the twinkling speculators in the sand is, to me, it's a very nice view.
The desert level is sprung out of the text from Jeremy's diary in the original game, where he writes, while describing a dream, "The night is pitch black, I am again drenched in sweat. I was wandering in dunes among giant standing stones." It is one of the two other worlds that show extremes. Most of the scenery we've seen so far, except for a brief visit to Taroea, everything has been taking place in New Orleans or Louisiana. But here we are in the desert, ready to descend into the Dark Man's sunken temple, and we are introduced to the story of the pharaoh Neferenka.
The temple.
Okay, you can do this, Emily. Darkness. This is definitely where the contract is hidden. It's the constellation Taurus. The big star is Aldebaran. It's something to do with the Dark Man.
For the temple, we explored, or actually we went with having tilted walls, so they would be narrower up top. To create some kind of tension for the player, as well as it's a pretty nice symbolic design choice, because the shape of a pyramid as well. But we also have the large walls, which we filled with hieroglyphs inspired by the ancient Egyptians. And a direct reference to the Dark Man is the painted stone patina as well.
I think this one moved.
It worked.
If you look at the statue of the Dark Man across the room, you can see his one hand making the gesture that Ruth makes when meeting Carnaby in the Maccabean. But most importantly, we find the same sign on the painting of Emily if you manage to unlock her cult ending. Of course, Emily then makes the same submission gesture to the Dark Man to join his fold, and that's how you trigger her cult ending. The sign is actually described in the original game in the text called Demonia Particularis, Signs and Rituals by Heinrich Kassel. And I remember as soon as I sort of read that, I was like, we're totally making something out of that.
happening? Acknowledge psychological trauma, break through the barriers of self-deceit, temper manic behavior. Is this it? Is this the contract? Oh, Jeremy. How much pain and suffering you could have prevented.
Emily? What are you doing?
Detective, how is your investigation going?
Well, I still have no clue where Jeremy is, but I think I know why he's hiding. This place is full of lunatics planning to perform some kind of ritual tonight.
Well, that sounds ridiculous. Or rather would have just a day ago.
It gets worse. I have reason to believe they killed anyone who didn't want to go along with the plan.
Detective, have you encountered any monsters tonight?
I just told you, I think they killed people. Beauregard, the author, Perosi, the singer, Mr. Waits, the clerk, Mr. Chance, the gardener, they're all missing.
No, I mean, have you fired your gun tonight?
Of course not. They wouldn't just kill outsiders like that. It would bring too much attention. But you should keep your eyes open.
So you haven't seen anything strange? Been anywhere else?
What are you trying to tell me, Emily? Are you in some kind of danger? Let me drive you back to New Orleans. I think I have enough. You know, at least get the police to take a look at this case.
No, I'm fine. Thank you, Detective.
I'll find your uncle, Miss Hartwood. Just stay out of trouble.
can just get rid of Jeremy, everything will go back to normal.
That reminds me. I saw Miss Emily earlier. You remember her? You know she's Jeremy's niece.
She's looking for him.
That's right. She's helping us, in her own way.
As long as she don't stand in the way of the mother of 1,000 young.
I don't think she knows or cares about that. She just here for Jeremy. I've been more worried about that Detective Carmen fella. He's been snooping around asking all kinds of questions.
God, it hurts.
I wish you would stop doing that. Gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Here we are in Chapter 4. We have returned to Derceto after being away in the other worlds for a while. The sun has set and the weather is getting worse. We just learned that Baptiste and Lottie are back in the house, and we put a little bit of suspicion on them, because this chapter is about getting the player to first become a little paranoid, but ultimately feel like their character has almost lost their mind.
After coming back to the Derceto, we have this night mood going, and besides the blue moonlight, we have used the green light, the green artificial light, as an amplifier to increase the amount of horror or nightmare mood, sort of.
What's going on here?
The orderly,
It's blocked. Oh, I don't want to run into the orderlies right now. I should find another way.
One shallow grave is milk.
Emily doesn't know Edward is the Dark Man's puppet. She trusts me. I followed her.
As we were opening up more of Derceto in Chapter 4, it felt necessary to close something off, to avoid having the player roam around unnecessarily in places where nothing was meant to happen. But to let the player have one final look, we lead them through the dining hall and the library, but most importantly the conservatory. If you have finished the game, you already know that this is the most important room in the house. This is where, early on in Chapter 1, we first show you the tree, which turns out to be the final boss in Chapter 5. Even though the player doesn't know the tree is the big baddie yet, it felt important to remind the player about it, that it simply existed. That's why we take this little lap before we get into the proper play area of Chapter 4.
Another huge difference is that even if I used to say that the house in the original game was a kind of character in the game, actually it was more just Jeremy Hartwood's house. But now there is really more connection between the character and the house.
We certainly had a little bit more freedom to make Derceto bigger and sort of mean more, I suppose. But yeah, I wouldn't immediately say one decision is better than the other. I think it was a powerful experience to just rummage through Jeremy Hartwood's house in the original.
Mr. Waits must have had a spare key to Dr. Gray's office, but where? I need the key.
For me, the original game was more an adventure game than a fight game. A kind of a try to bring the point-and-click spirit into 3D. For me, the original game was more an adventure game than a fight game. A kind of a try to bring the point-and-click spirit into 3D.
Hey, little lady, how's your evening been going?
Ups and downs, I suppose.
I hear that. We all live in the life of an elevator operator.
Are you alright, sweetie?
Do you want to see my mask, miss? I'm making it for St. John's.
How did you... Is that supposed to be my... Ow!
You should learn your place, little girl.
Why are you acting this way? What did I ever do to you? Grace! Grace! just borrow these. At least he's breathing. I'll just let him sleep it off.
Jeremy.
While all our characters are quite mysterious in their own right, Cassandra Beauregard might take the cake. She is our narrator, but she also appears to have died before we even arrived to Derceto. She is writing about our characters like it's one of her novels. I won't reveal too much, I don't want to ruin the fun of overthinking this kind of stuff, but her texts I enjoy the most are the clearly unreliable endings to her writing that you can hear in Chapter 5.
Fun fact about this bathroom is that we referenced very heavily the design aesthetics from the film The Shining. Both the colors and the yellow rounded border is taken directly from the film.
The mask.
I don't know the combination. Wait, maybe I do. It worked.
The last guest in the...
Here we are, Dr. Gray's office. Now let's see if we can find some answers.
I have finished tidying up, Miss...
Dearest Dr. Manzetti, I find myself in a losing battle with my patient. As I've disclosed in my previous letter, his delusions have him completely captured. It's bad enough that he is torturing himself with paranoia, but his madness turns out to be quite persuasive to others, effectively laying the ground for mass delusion. I am writing to you in hope that you can give me some guidance. Beyond my ambition to avoid devastating surgery on my patient, I have grown worried about my own defenses. The words of my patient are deranged, yet they often resonate with something primitive within me. I have tried photographing his brain with X-rays. It was surprisingly difficult to get good results. Dark blotches on the plates kept obscuring all details. My patient looked at the bad plates and cried out in terror, telling me the dark areas was the shadow of the worm, eating him from inside. I could not see anything out of the ordinary. I hope this is a sign that my mind is not as receptive to the madness as I had feared. After further inquiry, my patient described the shadows inside his mind as some kind of chthonic monstrosity that wants to undermine his sanctuary. This is clearly a reference to a place he calls Teroea, a sort of library or convent that works as a psychological haven. With this imaginary haven threatened by this Chthonian, he has now constructed another, less pleasant hiding spot. Lately, he has been bringing up a metaphor of a steamboat that has run aground, that he feels like he needs to start the engines and reverse, but he is afraid that the hole in the hull would cause the whole ship to sink. I've been watching him turn this metaphor into reality for the last week. He knows it's made up, but he is doubling down, trying to make it a real memory. I feel certain that this is my chance to break through the barriers of his self-deceit.
As I was naming the things in our story that wasn't at the very center, but rather that I needed another doctor for Dr. Gray to be corresponding with, for instance, I tried to pick things found in the original game that seemed to have an essence of the thing I was naming. But as I was doing this, I realized that the original names had something peculiar to them. The names sometimes correlated with names of the developers themselves. So for instance, in the name Tarouea, it was a take on Jean-Marc Toroea, who was one of the 2D artists for the original game. Or for instance, the text named The Book of Yael, written by a Monsignor Vacher, both fits the first name of Yael Barros, another 2D artist, and also Philippe Vacher, the composer. You might think this would provoke me to start pulling names out of our own team, but I instead decided to double down on the original team. Since this is a love letter to the original, I didn't want to focus on our team, but rather the ones who came before. I always split the names, of course. I don't want anyone to think I was referencing the actual person. I don't know any of them, so yeah. The only person from the original game that is mysteriously but actually addressed in our game is Frederick Reynal.
Sometimes.
Ruth, are you there? No, of course not.
Castle built the zoetrope as an...
What is going on here?
For the Maccabean nightclub, we wanted this over-the-top Art Deco vibe going, and we went with a lot of gold and purple curtains, and we have also this very nice glass wall behind the bar, which would create a lot of nice lighting effects from the ceiling light.
This can't be. I need the key. What's happening?
Radiograph.
A character that was fun to write for was Dr. Gray.
Hypothetically.
He was certainly off-putting. A character that was fun to write for was Dr. Gray. He was certainly off-putting, but we don't really get a good sense of how bad of a person he was. I don't imagine a lot of people liking him, but that doesn't necessarily make him a bad person. I personally think he behaved quite poorly at times because he was a smart man, often surrounded by not so smart people, which made him arrogant and quite annoying. But he did seem to want to help people, and he never really got caught up in the whole cult business. His fall was really brought on by a lack of control and inability to sway the cultists not to call on the Black Goat in the end. All in all, I wanted to write a character that the player thinks, he can't be the bad guy, right? It would be too obvious. But maybe?
What's this? I guess I never got a chance to look around this place.
The attic in the original game is not only the first room that the player visits, it's also a room the dev team spent a lot of time in it because it was the first room we worked on, and actually it's kind of abstract of the whole game. You can find a lot of principles of the game in it. You can push items, you can find books, you can find weapons, and it's actually a lot of way of working in the game exists in the attic.
They're coming. I have freed hellish forces, and now the price must be paid. Derceto is the prey of evil. The sun has set. They will find my body, but will not have my soul. I can imagine the Master's fury and the terror in the hearts of his slaves. I hear their footsteps. Some may understand what I've done. May God forgive me. Farewell. What would happen if I refuse? Would the whole world come upon? Or would everything conspire to make a new story? Maybe one where I live. I'm sorry, Frederick.
What's this?
A good example about problems we need to solve when we create game worlds like this is the attic, where we need to sell the idea that we have this large roof we need to support, but we also wanted to use the supporting beams as something that would cast expressive and kind of these thick, long shadows from the moonlit window.
This feels familiar somehow.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Jeremy, where are you?
I'm stuck in the mud and the fire is taking me.
Jeremy? Can you hear me?
The motor is dead. I can't do anything more.
Hang on, Jeremy. I'll get the boat running. I'll get you out of here. The boat is run aground, crashed right into the bayou. If I get the motor running, I could try backing into the river. I can break it. Yeah. I think it just needs fuel to run.
Maybe the older players may recognize the music which is playing, which is Danse Macabre, which won the right record to choose in the original game to make the ghost move.
Jeremy?
Are you ready to tell me what's happening?
What's happening?
A sort of rope around my neck, and then I strangled all life from my body.
Uncle!
Are you under the impression that you died? Yes. No. I was supposed to die.
What does that mean to you? That you were supposed to die?
I'm the catalyst. I had to die to make the story happen.
Story? What are you referring to, Jeremy?
30 years ago, Frederic needed me to die.
Jeremy!
You're not making any sense, Jeremy. Come back. Find your focus.
Uncle?
I cheated everyone. I didn't play my part. I escaped my doom. Destiny!
Again, find your focus.
Jeremy!
Now everything is wrong. Nothing is in place.
Hey, listen to me! We're gonna drown!
Calm down, Miss Hartwood. You're not in any danger.
But... Jeremy... He was here, wasn't he?
Miss Hartwood, I am beginning to suspect your family curse is catching up with you. Have you ever talked to a doctor about your condition?
No. No, I was just confused. I thought I saw him for a moment. I'm fine. I'll let you be.
Miss, I want you to know I'm here to help, if you need me.
There's something missing.
Another huge difference is that even if I used to say that the house in the original game was a kind of character in the game, actually it was more just Jeremy Hartwood's house. But now there is really more connection between the character and the house.
We certainly had a little bit more freedom to make Derceto bigger and sort of mean more, I suppose. But yeah, I wouldn't immediately say.
After coming back to the Derceto, we have
This is my room. I belong here. When I get back, I did this. I wrote that.
Chapter 4 is all about making the player question the sanity of our hero. The story has the hero focused on breaking a very vague contract that hinges on these 3 steps, which to the player is fairly clear that it is just a treatment plan written by Dr. Gray covered in coal. This is meant to make the player worry about what our hero is actually reading into it, that we just can't see. But nothing in Chapter 4 reads quite like insanity like the empty room. The mood here is different, like we just stepped into a state of timelessness. And our character seems to feel a connection to the room, like they belonged here. No matter how on board the player is with the state of mind of the character they are playing, the empty room ultimately leads our hero to face off with their own personal trauma.
I don't know the combination. Wait. Maybe I do.
Darling, I finally found that photograph from my time in France during the war.
How long have I been here? Is this how you travel, Ruth?
The war in Europe rages on, and America is doing its part to hold back the German aggression. Ships from Boston and New
I'll
Orleans
find you, John.
arrived yesterday to
In the war photo level, we have these very high trench walls going. We did this because of two reasons. The first would be it's a stylized choice. We wanted to give the player a feel of claustrophobia. Secondly, we wanted to avoid let the player see too much of the above ground.
What was that? got it.
If you get up close to the mound beast, you can see his head is actually really cool. It doesn't have any eyes, and it kind of resembles how a bat looks. If you get up close to the mound beast, you can see his head is actually really cool. It doesn't have any eyes, and it kind of resembles how a bat looks. If you get up close to the mound beast, you can see his head is actually really cool. It doesn't have any eyes, and it kind of resembles how a bat looks.
I don't have any bullets left.
Today, the American Expeditionary Forces face considerable losses in France. The brave men fallen on these Elysian fields will forever be as defenders not of just Europe, but the world.
What's the matter, Emily?
President Woodrow Wilson spoke to our
I can't do
country's
this.
war widows, asking them to stand tall.
What's the
and
matter?
remember their husbands
I can't take
as
you dying
heroes.
again.
Speak of them proudly, and remember
I'm
them
still
fondly.
hurting.
What's the matter,
But
Emily?
the war effort in Europe is not our
Your death was just so...
death numbers on the home front
Shameful.
are on the rise due to the deadly influenza known as the Spanish flu. The New Orleans City Council decided to open yet another emergency hospital in the old Derceto plantation.
Where is this? Where am I? I need the key.
It's so cool to see that Emily has her own adventure in this version. That's something I wanted to do in the first version, but we didn't have time. The story is exactly the same with Emily, and in this one, you can really enjoy another point of view of the story.
I'm also very happy that we managed to really differentiate the two stories. I'm a big fan of playing and replaying a game, especially when there's multiple perspectives or just different characters.
Oh, come on. That's better.
Closing the rift.
One part I really like when coming up with places in stories is just to consider their backstory. If Derceto is the countryside asylum now, what was it during the Spanish flu pandemic, or during the Civil War, or even before that? With Emily's story, I got to weave her backstory in a little with the emergency hospital that Derceto was in the late 1910s. While we are close to the climax to rediscovering that story, you can see traces of it before. Both Baptiste and Lottie recognizes Emily and even calls her by her husband-to-be's name. The two trauma portions of the story I really enjoy. I kind of wish we could have done more with that.
What's that? 2:17. Oh, John. I didn't know this is where you would end up. I didn't want to know. I stopped visiting you because I couldn't stand the indignity of your awful illness. I was ashamed of you. Ashamed of myself. Forgive me. Please, John. Let me go. Are we done here? Is this what you wanted?
Miss Hartwood, lock the door, will you? I'd rather not run into dear Dr. Gray if I can help it.
This feels strange. So very strange.
Yeah, this kind of static camera in the game reminds me a lot the original one, but actually I hated it because when the character face a room, a new room, from the player point of view, you cannot see inside the room, so you are scared to walk in, but actually the character in the game can see inside the room, and it disturbed me a lot during the whole dev of the game.
The fixed camera angle in the rooms we called Gray's apartment is of course a direct reference to not just the story or the setting of the original, but the actual style of that game. When we first started developing our game, there was a brief discussion on making the whole game like this, but we decided against it because it felt limiting in so many ways. But I personally think it has a lot of charm, and a fixed camera has a lot going for it. I like how it frames things that are important to the player. Since Chapter 4 is about making the player feel that their character might be going crazy, it felt like a fun way to show this as well. Jumping from the shoulder camera to this much more observing view, we get a sense of an out-of-body experience. So while it's certainly a fun nod to the original, it also fit the experience we wanted to convey.
There's a book missing.
A secret door.
Looks like it.
Careful. Let me go first. Now we're talking. Great job, Emily.
These 3 rooms are more directly referenced to the original game. The master bedroom, dressing room, and the study. They go more into the original game's New England / colonial kind of style. So you have the bed with the canopy and the dresser and all these kind of small details that goes into it. To shift the mood somewhat and make the player not know if they are in the real world or not, we added the different mood in these 3 rooms.
Det är snyggt.
I can't believe I didn't see that before. Hello? Who's there? Jeremy?
Jeremy is with the Dark Man. You can't save him.
Jeremy is with the Dark Man? Where? Who is he? What is the Dark Man?
The Hartwood curse. He will come for you too.
You heard the telephone ring, right?
No, the telephone's cut off. I tried calling the police earlier.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Hey, Mr. Carnby?
What?
Nothing, right?
It's a closet.
That's right, Detective. I'll see you later. I have to finish this.
You're going inside the closet?
I know what it looks like, but I can't explain it, much less justify it.
All right. You do what you have to do, miss.
Goodbye, Detective.
The Arctic level is the second and last extreme otherworld, which kind of bookends the madness, where we start in the desert, the warm desert, and ending in the cold Arctic. And the warm desert, of course, is being the lion's nest, so to speak, for the Darkman. And the cold Arctic is therefore the opposite. It's a world dreamed into existence by Jeremy to protect his own manic personality. And in charge of this protection is Jacob van Ostad, who we find and fight on top of a cliff. I could go on about how the last layer of hell in Dante's Inferno is a cold wasteland, but that was an afterthought. It really was a lot less complicated than that. It was just a text in the original called The Unfinished Chapter of Terra Incognita by Jacob van Ostad, which conjured this vision of an Arctic landscape, and that really fitted well with our narrative, so we incorporated it.
Hey, we can talk about this.
It's too
late for that. It's too late.
For the observatory, which is the alien-looking structures you see here, we really try to avoid going too much into the sci-fi trope and went more towards a more ancient-looking construction. And I think we found a very nice shape language for the final observatory structure, which is this sphere you can see here, and it has the Taroea star symbols on the ground, and I think it's a really nice environment, showing off some really nice 3D art, and we have obviously the Northern Lights or Aurora Borealis, giving it some magic glow going, which is also a nice touch.
Is going to be in the middle of your existence, Jeremy, and at least set everything in order. I did everything you wanted to break the pact. What else can I do? Wait, it did work. That's why you're coming after me. You're in my head now. In that case, I hope you enjoy your stay.
Emily, stop!
Don't worry. We got you.
Are you alone? Or is he in there with you? Miss Hartwood is up!
Heard you almost painted the foyer with your own blood and guts. Good to see you still in one piece. Stick around, will you? It's going to be an exciting night.
Good to see you made it, miss. And all that ruckus, Lottie gave you a healthy dose of that sleeping juice. Wasn't sure you'd be waking up again.
What happened?
You had a psychological breakdown. Tried to shoot yourself. Sorry for the manhandling, but we just wanted to save you.
You also stabbed Jeremy in the eye.
Is he alright?
He's a little strange, but everything else is back to normal.
Really? I broke the pact?
I don't know what you did, but it worked. Let's see you standing up, miss.
Jeremy, are you okay? I'm so sorry for hurting you. How can you ever forgive me?
Emily, I missed you so. I do hope you'll stay with me for a while.
Uncle, what's wrong? Is it anesthesia? He seems so meek.
I wish that was the case. It turns out that you managed to lobotomize him. It's actually quite impressive, considering your technique.
This is permanent?
You sacrificed a piece of his mind to save the whole. It's a little like treating a bad knee by cutting off the leg. It's blunt, but it works.
That's terrible.
Perhaps. But at least he won't suffer anymore. Do you remember the Dark Man, Jeremy?
Ah, yes. Where did he go? I hope he is doing all right.
You see? With a violent stab, you made any future treatment quite redundant. I assume you will be bringing him with you back to New Orleans.
I will. I just need to find Detective Carnby.
Well done, Miss Hartwood. You officially made Derceto the dullest place in existence again.
Oh, thank you. Happy to be of service.
This party scene is an important final chance for the player to reacquaint themselves with our cast before we end the game. It's sort of putting an epilogue before the end. If you know what happens later, you could argue that we could have easily just played it all in one cutscene, leading you from the confrontation of the Dark Man to finding the Black Goat. But experience-wise, we wanted to give the player a fake ending, basically a chance to doubt and consider what had happened. This space to ponder that gives the player time to process thoughts like, what happened? What was real? Have I been suffering from delusions? And of course, Is the game really over already? Everything is kind of pointing to the fact that your part of the story is over, and all you have to do is wait for your companion to arrive and you can go back to New Orleans. But of course, we hit you with one final surprise. The tree comes alive and kills everyone.
Everyone knows what to do? Y'all know the new words.
Mrs. Thompson, we talked about this. I'm not sure everyone is comfortable.
Doctor, I insist. This is important.
We've waited for so long, Doctor.
Let's just go with the old song. Not every change is an improvement.
Boss, good or bad, we need to move forward.
All in, Doc. Let's bet it all.
But we don't know what we're dealing with.
It'll be okay, Doctor. Better even.
Ever there are praises in abundance to the black goat of the woods. Hear us, brother. Take pity on us. Take pity on us.
Ever there
praises and abundance to black goat of the woods.
Ever
Hear us and take pity on us. Take pity on us.
Hear us, brother.
Ever there's praise and abundance to black goat. Hear us, and take pity on us.
What are you doing? This is madness!
This here's what needs to happen.
She's just a child!
With 1,000 years!
Edward!
Get out, Emily! We're leaving!
No! There has to be a sacrifice!
Come with me!
I have to stop that thing! It's gonna kill everything in its way! No, Ruth. Get yourself together, Emily. You have to finish this.
After the Black Goat escapes, she leaves the conservatory in this destroyed state. This was really hard work for us to solve because we pretty much destroyed the full conservatory and added a lot of effects, and it was a lot of performance issues, and we had to solve the problem where we actually moves the player to another location where we have these models, and yeah, I hope you enjoy it.
original game, we couldn't see the house from the outside. And because of the limitation at this time, and also the fire at the end of the game, you put the fire on the tree, which is really better now.
To mirror her satanic side, we put 5 legs into the monster design of the Black Goat. And if you would draw a line between the hooves, it would create a pentagram.
The amount of clear Lovecraftian references was a continuous issue that we wrestled with, and a clear case of that is the Black Goat of the Woods, which is the name for the tree. So we start out with learning about this cult, that this is something that the staff mainly is engaged with. As more we learn, we figure out the connection to Chernigorod, and also if you're very Lovecraftian nerdy, you will start to think of the Dark Youngs, which are these big trees that can move and fight. And we haven't, even I don't really know exactly what you're fighting, but it's kind of up to the player to figure out if they want to think of this as the actual Chernigorod, a Dark Young, or just a big nasty tree that's called the Black Goat, with some very cool satanic imagery.
I like this surprise. Actually, in the original game, the tree was down in the caves, and now the tree, you can see it since the beginning, and you fight it from the attic. This is quite a good surprise.
Thank you for playing and for listening to us rant about the game. Again, I'm Mikael Hedberg, creative director, signing off.
Thank you very much for listening in. I hope you have enjoyed the playthrough and hearing us talking about some of the thoughts we had while making this game. Bye.
Thank you for listening to us, and if you are still here and 30 years after the first episode, it means that you are a very good fan. Thank you to you.
Emily, are you alright?
I don't understand anything that just happened. What was that?
The whole gang was a cult dedicated to something called the Black Goat of the Woods. I've been trying to gather as much information as I could. It was only after you started talking about monsters that I thought maybe there was some truth to all the nonsense I was finding.
Where's Jeremy? Uncle! Are you alright?
Everything is out of order. This isn't the way the story goes. I shouldn't be alive.
Don't say that. You made it out. Be happy. Okay?
Hey, kid. You doing alright?
It wasn't what I expected, but you can't always get what you want.
Alright, you ready to head back to New Orleans?
Come on, Jeremy. Let's go.
Can I come?
Don't leave her. You have to take her to Hell's Kitchen.
What on earth are you talking about?